huomenta ja lämpimästi tervetuloa Eurooppa-foorumin
Good morning and a warm welcome to the third day of the Europe Forum here in Turku. My name is Jenni Peltomaa and I have the pleasure to act as your moderator for this last day. And just to remind you that all the discussions will be sent directly online and you can participate in the chat through the QR code you can see behind me.
Good morning and welcome to the last day of Europe Forum. My name is Jenni Peltomaa and I'm happy to be your host for this one more day. Let's start with a few reminders. So all programs are live streamed and interpreted into English. And you may access this interpretation through the Interfi app. If you need any help with the app, the event staff are happy to help you. You are also invited to take part in the conversation by scanning the QR code on the screen behind me. Thank you. Seuraavaksi päästään keskustelemaan.
So next we get to talk about Finland's international transport connections. I will now give the floor to the moderators. Mikko Myllymäki, Director of Public Affairs at Helsinki-Uusimaa Regional Council, and Jyri Arponen, Regional Director at the Regional Council of Southwest Finland. Thank you. And a very good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome here to our quite bright lights to monitor our panel discussion on the cross-border transport to the Nordics and the Baltics. And we are going to talk about how Finland will make sure it has functioning transport connections to the Central Europe and why this has significance to Finnish competitiveness and security. And I'm sure we're going to hear quite weighty comments here and we'll have a good and open discussion. So my name is Mikko Myllymäki and I represent the Helsinki-Uusimaa Regional Council and I will act as one of the two moderators for today's session. And of course it's nice to have a partner, another moderator. We have Jyri Arponen here too. Go ahead. Thank you, Mikko. And a very good morning also. And welcome to this event. In the southwest Finland, accessibility has really been key to us, our connections to the west. And it's nice to see that the whole of Finland and our growth triangle seems to share this desire, and we are having this discussion this morning together with Helsinki-Uusimaa Regional Council of Southwest Finland, Regional Council of Päijät-Häme and the Council of Tampere region. But strategic long-term cross-border transport policy cannot be only looked at from the region's perspective. Finland has to operate more coherently and have closer connections to each other and also to the Nordics, the Baltics and the European single market. So we're going to talk about these connections today. And today we have four excellent panelists here. I shall briefly introduce them. Daniel Sazonov, Mayor of the City of Helsinki, welcome. Minna Helle, Director General of the Confederation of Finnish Industries, welcome. Harri Airaksinen, Director of the EU Office of Tampere and Pirkanmaa in Brussels, welcome, thank you and good morning. And we have Ville Valkonen, Member of Parliament, and the Chairman of the Regional Council of Southwest Finland. Welcome. Thank you very much. And I would also like to welcome the panelists on my behalf. But let's start with short questions to give kind of a teaser to the audience about this panel. So let's start with our heading cross-border transport to the Nordics and the Baltics, a matter of vital importance for Finland's competitiveness. So why are these cross-border transport connections such a strategic question to Finland right now? So let's start with the Mayor of Helsinki, Daniel Sazonov. Go ahead. I think that the cross-border accessibility has always been strategically extremely important for Finland. But why these connections that we are discussing right now to the Baltics and that corridor from the north all the way to Central Europe, and on the other hand, the western connection towards the rest of Scandinavia. Why it's important? Well, of course, because Russia started a war in 2022 and the border is closed, and even if it were to open again, probably something like an iron curtain will remain for quite some time. And in any case, since the whole of Europe is now in turbulence, we too need to be able to raise the altitude in which we're flying, so to speak. Let's go on with our round. Minna, go ahead. Yes, thank you. If we start with facts, Finland is virtually an island. So if we think about mobility, we are an island, and of course this has always been the case. But what has happened in the past few years is that we are now between the sea and Russia. So this is a kind of a change that the Russian war has caused and brought. Daniel already mentioned. And if we think about this from the corporate perspective, because exports, of course, go through the marine transport routes a lot, of course, through the airways as well, and landlines, but the sea particularly is very important. And having this geographical location for companies, this is a disadvantage in terms of competition. If we compare to other companies in more central locations in Europe, Finland is losing because of its geographical position. At the same time, the Finnish economy is dependent on exports and these transport connections. And since we need growth, which we really are in dire need of, and it's fantastic that we are now seeing some growth. But looking further ahead, the questions about transport are really crucial for us to cope in the international competition. So we have this need, but of course we have also a financial crisis for the public funding. We don't have much money available, so we need to get it from somewhere. Of course, we get it from growth, but we have the new budget funding period in the EU. So now is the time to come up with the strategic plans for quite far in the future and get these projects moving. Well, it's true that Finland doesn't have a very advantageous geographical position, and in this day and age it's even worse. And we have to make sure that we get strength, and the Baltic Sea is going to be stuck for quite some time. And the Danish route is quite vulnerable as well whenever there is a crisis. And it's not only a matter of transportation, it's also about growth and competition. And we think about the industry logistics needs, the security of supply needs, and the fact that you have access to Finland and Finns have access abroad in the future too. So there was already talk about the funding side. I'm sure we're going to get back to that later on. That was a good teaser. Thank you. And then the story of the human history is a story about connections and transportation, and Finland does not have so many large-scale transportation projects even under consideration. Having people, thoughts, scientists, students, tourists, salesmen moving about has always been the reason for new inventions, and I see this as an opportunity, not so much as a response to a security threat, but as an opportunity to build something new. And quite essential there, whenever we talk about this project, is to remember they're not Finnish projects. It's not just a matter of Finns having the access. It's a question of Europeans having the ability to move about on their own continent, from Lisbon all the way to the city of Rovaniemi in Lapland. So the whole of Europe has to invest in these kinds of strategic infrastructure connections, and these are the most significant ones here in the Northern Europe. Not the only ones, but the most significant ones. Thank you. You managed to be quite concise and brief. Thank you for your good responses. And Ville kind of touched upon the evolution theory here, but we can state that our operating environment has changed quite radically, and also in terms of accessibility. And if we want to improve this situation, we need to have a common vision and development. Mayor Daniel Sazonov, from Helsinki perspective, how should we develop the international accessibility in the next decade? Well, just a couple of words on the big picture first. Personally, I was quite stunned when I looked at the map of the Baltic Sea, taking a look at all the places that already have connections. We have the bridge over the Strait of Denmark, and many people have already driven that. Then we have the Rail Baltica soon going to be opened. I just met with the mayor of Tallinn recently, and his team is closely cooperating with the Rail Baltica project, and the realistic expectation for it to be completed is in the early 2030s, 32, 33 perhaps, and there's a tunnel being built towards Germany, and the missing pieces are really the ones here on the Gulf of Finland, and therefore it is important that Helsinki has these projects on its table. And then the airport is also important. Important European hub, and Finnair has been doing a good job, although Finnair's Asian strategy was suffering after the Russian attack on Ukraine. But accessibility towards Asia as well as towards the United States is quite strong here, and for many people coming from other countries in Northern Europe, the Baltics, Helsinki-Vantaa is an essential hub, and connecting that strongly to the railway network towards the north in Finland, as well as to the big connectivity projects, and thereby also more closely towards the key locations in Helsinki is something we need to make progress on. If we think a decade on, we have many projects that we need quick decisions on, like to make sure that they are ready for at least the next funding period. Let's touch upon what the mayor already mentioned, but we'll have more of the business life perspective here. In 2025, your Confederation of Finnish Industries conducted a study, I have it here, where you surveyed businesses' point of view on how Finland's international accessibility should be developed in this changed geopolitical environment, and there were good points made, and one key proposal was that Finland should conduct a study of fixed connections between Vaasa, Umeå, and Helsinki, Tallinn, for example. And your organization described Finland as logistically as a separate island. So, Minna Helle, how do you see this? I'm sure this is still your stance. What are the expectations of the Finnish business life on the international accessibility? Well, you just covered them, basically. So thank you very much for that. In fact, the report you refer to, I have it with me here. You could actually employ him in your office. I took it with me so that I can wave it here, because of course you can find it on our website too. But this is really what we've conducted, Finland's new transport connections abroad, and we have it here in a crystallized form. But for businesses, I already mentioned that Finland is an isolated island, if you want to call it that. What is essential for businesses is not having any distortions. Things have to run smoothly. We have to have the connections up and running, no matter what the weather, what the season etc. So even if it's frosty or the weather is poor, things can't stop there because our clients expect that goods are moving, etc. So this is the number one priority. And indeed, we do think that we wanted it to happen before, but now is the last minute when next spring we'll have the new government program that these fixed connections to the Baltics and to the West on the other hand. Bridge, a tunnel, something like that, whatever it is, we have to conduct a feasibility study because we have to solve what kind of connections we want to have in, say, 2050, because they are such huge infrastructure projects. But the level of ambition in Finland, somehow we always seem to think small. But now I call for thinking big. And we have to have the courage to have an ambitious project program. And of course, we're talking about the connection to the Baltics, but the rail connection to the north, to Sweden, is also important. And it's also extremely important for defense and resilience. The Arctic area, its significance will be further emphasized. And what was already mentioned here, I'd also like to raise the green transition that will put air transport under pressure because we want to move towards carbon neutrality, and Finland also has to invest in having clean fuel developed, and the distribution of that can be ensured because it's really key for the air traffic.
Thank you very much for this very interesting insight. Ambition is needed and a broader strategic approach to our transport policy. Airaksinen, you're the director of the Tampere and Pirkanmaa EU office, and accessibility has changed, and we need a broader approach. How do you personally assess the situation? Does the government's transport policy demonstrate a sufficiently strategic vision of Finland's position as part of European transport system? And in what direction should Finland's cross-border connections be developed? Well, this strategic understanding has grown in the last few years significantly because of the geopolitical situation. However, still I think we are looking at these two nationally. And Ville said it very well. We have to look at the European added value and not just think what the EU can give to Europe, but how we can serve the common European cause. In the programming there are certain criteria: military mobility, global growth, and clean tech and fuels. So we all have to think about these so that we'll be able to market this as part of the European activities. This is central. And then links to Sweden, Baltics. This is very important, very central. And also good connections between our growth centers, growth hubs. So this is all forms the basis of Finnish competitiveness. And when we look at the EU context, and as Minna said, these big transport projects must be prioritized. We have to agree, even at the parliament's level now, so that we don't change these priorities every time we have a new government every 4 years. It's not practical. And then in the negotiations that we have on budget in Finland, we have to find a consensus and agreement about the future. We shouldn't see this only as an expenditure, rather an investment into our well-being. So we have to find national funding for this as well when we then apply for funding from CEF. Now let's continue with this strategic vision. How can we combine these different projects and how are decisions made? Luckily, we have a member of parliament here. Ville Valkonen, how do you see this? The direction in which Finland's key transport links should be developed? And does Finland have the strategic capacity to meet this challenge so that we would not talk about national short-term projects, rather see them more extensively? Well, I hope we do. In Transport 12, we have mentioned this. In the agency, already a preliminary evaluation is being carried out on the link to Stockholm. So this is way into the future. We are talking about projects in the 2040s. However, the link to Stockholm is already being built, and it's called the Western Rail. So the new Helsinki, Turku and Stockholm are being combined, and Helsinki-Turku rail connection is central here. It's the most central rail connection, and it's integrally linked to the fact that if we are not able in Finland internally to take care of this rail connection during this government period, well, then what is the chances of convincing EU with the next stage? So internally, Finland's railways have an importance. So then the second phase should be made. And of course, the ice hockey town Tampere, Helsinki and Tallinn should be also linked afterwards. But then we have this airport train line, which is the central part of this connection, and the next government should have the courage to decide on that. Well, the costs and practical construction will happen then later on. However, these decisions should be made soon. Even though adjustments in the state budget must be carried out now, however, the 160 billion of public funding which we annually use are used also. We have to have enough for the infrastructure investment so that we can take these projects forward. These are very expensive projects. However, if the Western Rail project uses the same amount totally that a well-being county would use within 2 months. So that's the comparison here. And we are working towards the future. And this would be then a small investment from the public funds, I think. Well, the Western Rail project is good that then Turku could then Turku people could then easily have fast access to their university. Well, about this question you posed, this is a national challenge. There was an attempt to solve all this with the 12-point action plan. In Sweden, they know how to make decisions that then cover also the next government period. We have to be able to do this as well, and we have to see that the Transport 12 plan has not become such a tool that we can really emphasize these 3 projects, that they would be at the same time national projects and European projects. So we have the Transport 12 project, and then we have a number of different types of transport questions that we try to handle. But we have to have a separate point for these projects with the MFF coming up, and then these budget negotiations here, and then the next government coming up. So, and then we have the CEF regulation with the national corridors. So now is the momentum that we nationally find a solution. And I'm sure there is a lot of support for this, both regionally and at the national level, perhaps not unanimously, but a majority. And I think the panel here is a good example of that. So that these few projects that we are now talking about today, so the southern connection, which should be seen as the northern part of the Air Baltica, and then the western link and the eastern Baltic link. So these are the national priorities, so that we have to decide on them and take into consideration energy. Well, in addition to that, mobility could cover some other projects as well. And the Kenu panel is missing from here. They could also give their input. But I think that prioritization now is key. And then Ville, a short comment. We'll try to stick to the plan that we have for the panel, but it's difficult. It's not always easy in a panel to stick to a script. Well, I think we just heard very well that this kind of nationally significant topics are very extensive. We should not just leave them to the politicians because they show us the way forward. They involve everybody. We have to find consensus. And I agree with you that discussions on all levels on this broader future strategy is important so that we find a consensus and that we can remain a part of Europe with these links. Well, let me go back to the script. The CEF and EU budget have been mentioned. If we look at some figures, 72 billion in the next funding will be for transport and energy networks, and 50 billion for transport and 17 billion for military mobility. And as was mentioned already on several occasions, in the MFF will allocate money for cross-border projects and then supporting military mobility. In December summit last year, there was a priority list handled on these projects, and only the Oulu-Luleå project was there on this list. Well, finally, then the final priority list also covered the Helsinki-Turku-Stockholm and Tampere-Helsinki-Tallinn link, and all the way to Warsaw. So we are there with these projects, but it doesn't mean that we automatically would receive funding for these. So Harri Airaksinen in Brussels, how do we guarantee that we have created favorable conditions to be able to get funding, but how do we actually finally get the funding? An easy question. Well, sometimes I hear that Finland is not active early enough and not aware of all the requirements in Brussels. However, I think this is a very good indication that first on the priority list we only had one link, and then we were managed to include two more. So, this shows that lobbying is going very well in Brussels. And then the criteria, as I mentioned earlier, security of supply, military mobility, growth and competitiveness, these are matters that must be defined very clearly in these applications for funding. One item which hasn't been mentioned yet, something which will cause debate. In Brussels, there is quite an open debate on the fact that Finland should offer these projects with the rail width which is required. Investments are huge, and if the rail width is altered, then it has a big impact. And I have heard sometimes that Finland should not try to apply for funding with the current rail width. Well, I don't know if that's true. However, it's an argument and we shouldn't forget it. Tampere-Helsinki application with the European gauge. I'm sure if we applied that one, then I think the attitude towards that application would be favorable, because we have to remember there are many project applications from different parts of Europe, so it's not so easy to get funding. We have to remember also the geopolitical situation. So CEF Connecting Europe facility, Europe of Networks, is another facility, and in the past few years Finland has not received much funding from this. So Minna Helle, what do you think? Has Finland been sufficiently ambitious in utilizing EU funding, and what priorities would you highlight regarding Finland's cross-border transport links? Well, R&D funding, there we've been quite successful. And if we think about the next budget period, there I would highlight two matters where we have to invest in. R&DI is one, and the new competitiveness fund indeed emphasizes these themes. So this is priority number one. And then secondly, transport and logistics. We know very well that these are very expensive projects. We need EU's assistance, and these are strategic projects, but they are not rocket science. As was said, different surveys and evaluations have been carried out. Now, defense, of course, they require logistics, and this is combined with competitiveness and the needs of business community. So these are all joint needs and linked to resilience. And I would support what was said here. We need prioritization. We cannot take care of everything in terms of applying for EU funding. So we need tight connections to the Baltics and to Sweden. Helsinki-Turku all the way to Stockholm, and a railway connection to Sweden. So these are the priorities. However, of course, internally in Finland, we have a lot of need for renovation. That's a fact. However, first we need the prioritization, we need a strategy, and then we start negotiations with our neighboring countries. We need a joint agenda, and then we draft the applications. Harry knows how it's done.
Daniel, I noticed you were writing down something. Is there anything you'd like to add? Yes, I paid attention to the weighty comments. Of course, I made some jokes, but the cross-border transportation, of course, has also implications and a dimension on security. And the northern route is being promoted, and I'm sure it is important military in the military sense, but it doesn't solve our logistics entity. And as it was stated, the Baltic Sea is, if there's something happening, then the fixed connections would be an advantage. And of course, we have a question regarding the information network, because if we think about the connection to Tallinn, and why not to Stockholm as well, it is an essential element. So it wouldn't harm to have the famous cables that seem to be broken regularly in the Baltic Sea would go on a bit more robust pipeline underground. And I'm not an expert on how close to a gas pipeline you can actually place the train tunnel, but there are many elements for which these fixed connections would be significant for. And of course, we need to be partners here. It's always good to have partners, but when we are competing for this European funding, and Turku and Tampere are not enough to be pals for us. It's good to have pals also across the border. And as I mentioned, I've met with the mayor of Tallinn twice in the past few months, and the promotion of a fixed connection has been now included in our agenda, and we have now decided to start an expert group on this, and we've also been able to discuss with the Estonian foreign minister to promote this project. And we could, of course, expand it towards Warsaw, thinking about the southern connection as an example. And I think this whole business would resonate quite differently then compared to me and Pekka Timonen from Vantaa coming to Brussels saying we have this kind of a cool airport project. I'm going to take the word prioritization that you mentioned, and Vila Valkonen, as you represent the whole parliament, the voice of the people here, how can we prioritize the transport projects more strongly? Because I think we should make progress more swiftly. We've put these projects to fight against each other rather. And what should we do so that we could start digging the ground? Well, that we've now discussed the general visions, so we should also take up the real terms politics and all political decision making for the whole country starts from a clever government program, and to be able to have these solutions, they have to be incorporated into the decision-making system, and this is why we have an office looking at the Western connection, and we've already made preparations for the Southern connection. And it's also a question of having a government that has the courage to take the next steps. We do not have to define a policy right now as to whether we're going to have a connection to the Åland Islands, but the next steps from Sweden, Estonia, other important partners that we get commitments from there. And I should emphasize this, Daniel has done a great job towards Estonia, but we have to also get the Swedes to get into this, not just regionally, but on the government level. And we need to have political power. It is clear that if we have in the next government the northern and eastern Finland's voices heard, the opportunities for these projects to make progress will become more difficult. This is a clear fact. And if we can hear the voices of this growth Finland, the part of Finland that is directed towards the west, it will be easier. And these are things we should definitely discuss before the elections. And I should also emphasize that these are not just visions. We need to have the Finnish connections in the country work properly, even fix the connections between our largest cities domestically, and just fight about it. We have no preconditions to promote such large international connections or to promote the airport railroad, because there's been too much confrontation about the Western rail line, even during this parliamentary term. And I hope that we can take the formal decisions during this parliamentary term, and the next government could take the decisions on the following phases. And without these courageous steps, we can forget about all the great visions about the future. Thank you. Well, we're running out of time, so let's just finally have one common question for everyone, and I would ask you to give quite concise responses so we can still have time for questions from the audience. So if you could change or make one thing make progress in the next parliamentary term, what would it be and why? Minna, you can start. Well, I already mentioned it actually. Let's have the accessibility strategy drafted, that we have prioritized projects when we're talking about the EU funding. What we will prioritize, what are the realistic alternatives? I think it is the fixed connection towards the Baltics, a fixed connection towards Sweden, and then the Northern Rail connection. And then we should start negotiating with our partners. It's true what Daniel said, we need friends here. Finland cannot make it alone. And get into the negotiations and start making these letters of intent, etc. But I have to say about cooperation, companies can do a lot for their own competitiveness. Of course, it matters what the political decisions are in terms of taxation, etc., and on the R&D. But companies on their own can build their competitiveness a great deal. But the logistics connections, companies can't build on their own. We need national cooperation for that. So even in that sense, it is so extremely important. Thank you. And Harri next. Well, the collaboration within the growth Finland is key because we have to have these visions on the international connections, but first we have to fix our domestic things. And coming from Tampere, I can say that the Western rail line is important, but then the biggest bottleneck is the main rail line. We have to fix them all and prioritize them and see them make progress and headway, because if our connection network in the growth Finland is poor, it's not credible for us attempting to build networks or connections to the west and the south. As I already mentioned, decisions on the biggest railroad projects, infrastructure projects, have to be included in the government program. Decisions to really implement them. And let's not forget about tourism, because it is a huge opportunity for Finland as well. So in a very concise form, we have to make things happen. Let's see if we get questions from the audience. Yes, a minute ago we got one here. So quick responses to this question. The SEF funding can cover about maybe 10 or 20% of any project. Have you thought about how to cover the rest of it? For example, the cost of the bridge is quite high. Well, about the percentages first. The tunnel to be built between Denmark and Germany has 50% and Rail Baltica 85% of EU funding, and I think we would be somewhere in between. So, of course, if we have very high percentages for need for funding, it means that we are a very isolated area in dire need for things. But of course we do need national investment as well and local participation, as we had with the Western Railroad line. But it can't be so that all the rest of the infrastructure is funded nationally and then some key connections in the growth Finland are paid by the users or the cities. So we have to look at the national interests here as well. And a couple of comments from Ville. So we maybe could impose that would of course mean, no, this was just a joke. Just a reference to some other proposals we've had this week. But of course, we will need a significant proportion of EU funding here. And I think the percentages in the upcoming periods or terms can be different, but let's say about 1/3 to half of European funding, about 1/3 coming from Sweden when we talk about the Stockholm connection, and 1/3 from Finland. It is clear that Finland shouldn't and hasn't the capacity to build it on its own. And then we have to remember that it is a very long-term building project, and our welfare areas use 30 billion already per year. This is expenditure per year. And assuming that the Western connection were to be on the same scale, hopefully it would be much less expensive. But just with a couple of months expenditure on the welfare areas, we will build something that will revolutionize the amount of potential we will have for business life, tourism, etc. And so we have to look at the proportions of what is a reasonable amount as an investment. But of course, ultimately, all of it will come from a budget, and then we can use some charges for the operating costs. But of course, we have to have public funding for these kinds of huge projects. Can I add something? And it does require a national strategy for such large scale, but we shouldn't forget about market economy either. We do have investors looking for investment targets, and there is interest abroad in Finland as well, so we mustn't forget about that. It's true we have large investors around the world who might be interested in that. Now our time is up, but we have time for just one question from the audience. In the back there. And I'm sorry, before you ask your question, wait for the microphone because we need to have your question coming through online as well. And unfortunately, this is the last question. I come from the Baltic Sea Institute and referring to what Sazonov said about us needing friends. So to get those friends, to build the partnerships, we need a strategic grip on that. It's not enough just for Helsinki and Tallinn to discuss or cities discussing among themselves. We have already a strategy in place. We have the Baltic Sea strategy. Is Finland ready? Mr. Valkonen, Finland will be the chair, have the presidency of the Baltic Sea region next year. So is Finland ready to take leadership in this? So we have everything ready to promote these projects with a good tight collaboration with the Baltic Sea Rim nations. It seems we haven't got much time, but I hope we have a Europe-oriented government next year that will have a positive attitude towards such ideas. Thank you very much for the panelists and for the audience, because there were quite interesting program available in other rooms as well. So I'm very happy to see so many of you here. And many thanks to the panelists for a very good discussion. We were calling for some definitions of policies. And of course, there was a joke about taxis here, but I just have to mention it again. The work to promote these significant transport projects will continue, and just a small advertisement here with the Uudenmaa, Pirkanmaa and southwest Finland and the big cities Helsinki, Turku and Tampere will organize Connecting Europe seminars in Helsinki office. If you're in Brussels at the time, you're very welcome to join us there. And the Helsinki EU office social media already has information on this event, and I'm sure you can find it in other channels as well in the next few days. So thank you very much and have a very good weekend. Thank you.
Lämmin kiitos puhujille ja yleisölle.
Warm thanks to the panelists and the audience for a good discussion. We will have a short break and the program in the Nook will continue at 11. Let's see then.
Tervetuloa takaisin tänne Suomen Turun kaupunginteatterin Sopukkaan.
A warm welcome back
to the Turku City Theatre Nook. Next, we'll look at the climate crisis and complex challenge to the EU to address. Niko Humalisto, you have the floor. Thank you. Are we receiving a presentation here on the screen? Okay, now I can see it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, this is a discussion which I've been waiting for with great interest. I am Niko Humalisto, Senior Specialist, and I work at the film. And why we wanted to organize this discussion is due to what we do. We are one of the biggest organizations, the FELM, that supports rural development, the forest renewal, etc. So we try to be ready for the nature recovery. And for instance, the flooding that took place in Nepal, we have sent support. However, we can see also what the realities are next to this climate crisis in rural areas, agricultural activities, what to do in Tanzania, in the dry areas, or in Bolivia with the melting ice areas. So in these type of situations, people have to decide whether to move, whether to migrate or not. And this phenomenon has become a big part of our activities and worldwide as well. According to the UN, in the past 10 years, every day about 70,000 people on the average move somewhere because of environmental or climatic changes. So the scale is enormous. And at the same time, we have to look at the security policy realities in Europe. Human conflicts and crises are at the frontiers of Europe. On the other hand, we saw from the Ceuta crisis that Europe is not unified in its solutions. Rather, the member states' views on how to manage our borders, how to control them, should we use diplomacy with those countries, the countries of origin, or countries of transit. So this seems like a dystopia, actually, at the moment. Of course, that's not the whole truth, but this is what we see in daily newspapers, in the media, and we've also heard in some of the speeches here at the Europe Forum. So migratory pressures are huge towards Europe because of the climate change. And another narrative that we've seen increasingly is how Europe's climate can change drastically, that we might have to move somewhere from here. For instance, when Northern Europe becomes not suitable for agriculture anymore. Now, our panelists, from this dystopia, we can move over to Risto Isomäki, author and environmental activist, who in his writings has handled these risks very well. And perhaps my initial question to you, these environmental crisis risks, have they been taken seriously, and is dystopia a good way to wake up people for them to act? Well, I don't think they've been taken seriously enough. I think at some point this is a good way to incite action. However, nowadays these horror scenarios are quite well known, and when we talk about them, people become hopeless. Well, you asked me to mention the most serious threats that we're facing in terms of this discussion. I think there are three. First of all, food production is under threat. It might collapse in certain areas because of dry seasons and increase in temperatures, and we have certain loss of crops. About 10% is lost, for instance, of rice crops because climate during the night is too high. And then cassava, which is the sixth most important crop, suffers when the CO2 levels in the atmosphere increases. And then the other threat is the rise of sea levels, which will happen in a linear fashion rather slowly. Perhaps today we talk about 1 meter. However, scientists say that this will not be a linear process, rather with some quicker processes. So we might talk about 100 meters per century. So big parts of valley areas and delta areas will sink also because of intensive agriculture. So the rise of sea levels will be even more because of the activities in these areas. And we also have to calculate the typhoons and hurricanes, which cause floodings, so which means that the air pressure has an impact in a way that we have huge rainfalls. So we do not have scenarios where all these factors would be calculated together. And then thirdly, the one that you see behind us on the screen, this famous AMOC, which means the northern part of the Gulf Stream in the North Atlantic. AMOC is not a specific AMOC stream. It's the same old, well-known Gulf Stream and a part of that. AMOC is a computed modeling by which we try to see the planetary turn and its impact on the northern ocean areas, where with the melting of the ice, very cold and heavy water is produced. Stefan Raum, a scientist, visited Finland in October, and Petteri was in that same seminar with us, and he said that he thought that the AMOC stream impact would be about 10%, but now we estimate it's about 30 to 70% or even more. The New Scientist magazine almost on a weekly basis publishes articles on AMOC. These different titles are here.
More signs that key ocean current is slowing around the Atlantic. Cleaning up air pollution could weaken vital ocean current. Eli vaikuttaa siltä, että on tapahtumassa.
Seems that things are happening, and if they do, what does that mean to Europe? The earlier modeling meant that this would mean changes during 100 to 200 years, and climate would become warmer by 3 to 5 degrees. However, now with the data modeling, we have new information. And if we look at what happened this historically, the younger Tilas age, then the climate did not become cooler in the Atlantic from 3 to 5 degrees within 100 years. This happened during few months. And if this happens again, then Northern and Central Europe will disappear. So this is something we really want to prevent. Well, this was an excellent introduction to our next panelist, Sirpa Pietikäinen, member of European Parliament. So let's come to the present day. Well, I haven't been that long in the European Parliament. Well, no. Anyway, when we look at the work in the European Parliament in terms of climate risks, well, heavy security and other things are now more topical. However, a lot is happening in terms of climate. Is there enough time and effort to have strategic discussions on this? Well, if I come back to this ocean situation of the oceans, it's a good metaphor because there is this deep undercurrent which is taking place. A lot is happening in the European Parliament, in the Commission, preparedness for security, defense and security. So what would happen if a certain bomb hits us? So we have to talk about prevention, and then after that preparedness, and then capability to act. So prevention is often forgotten. And then the surface current, that's the policy picture. So half of the European Parliament, also a majority of the national parliaments, the media, and the government, where security means military capacity and capability, and then competitiveness and the economic problems. And then they say that, okay, let's go back to nature and such stuff when the economy has improved. I myself am most interested now. And by the way, the Belgian government has produced a good scenario, an analysis of this. So we have to look at this in a complex matter. So what happened to people with heart problems and elderly people when it's too hot with the heat waves, etc. In different situations, what happens? And they have to be brought together. And in the fall, when the Commission gives out its climate resilience program, then each member state should carry out this modeling with what happens with heat waves, with food scarcity, new infections, economic troubles, energy disruptions. So it's like a sick person, your internal organs start to fail one after the other. We shouldn't just concentrate on one problem, rather all of them. So this is very difficult to handle in the institutions, and also a link to how this is impacting our economy, minus 2% in GDP. And now the forecast is 12% if we won't tighten our activities, and even more if Hansen's prognosis becomes true. So it's 12 and then 20. So our economic system will collapse. And if we cannot insure all this, reinsurance is almost impossible. What about pensions? Where do we get loans? So all this has an impact on economic growth. So it's not that this would happen later on somewhere when the sea levels rise. No, it's now. Our economic systems might collapse even faster. And of course, this then combined with the political narrative that we hear now against migration and climate change is not true. It's just nonsense. Yes, let's move on to Evelina Lyytinen, another Green
ilmastoliikkuvuudesta. Se
Party
tutumpi termi ehkä, mikä itsellekin tulee
representatives.
usein
When
vastaan näissä
climate
keskusteluissa, eikö se nyt ole
mobility
ilmastopakolaisuus, mistä me keskustellaan?
or climate refugee, isn't that what we're talking about? However, when we look at the reality where people react by migrating for climate reasons, it happens also internally, and only a small part of it cross-border. Mostly we talk about migration. For instance, a farmer in Bolivia who is dependent on the situation there and realizes that agriculture is no more possible, cultivating is not possible, so they move and stop their activity. And then evacuation situations, temporary situations, for instance, with this current flooding, many people were forced to move. And then the question arises, what type of activities are carried out there on the spot where the catastrophe happened so that people could return? And then planned resettlement. I don't know, perhaps Risto knows even better. Would it be possible to have certain organizations already now for the risk of the ice cap melting? So when by force people are relocated or given incentives to relocate. So there are different types of mobility going on. And if we continue with this current example, water current, and what enables this? How asylum-seeking refugee systems are handled at this stage? Are we prepared to handle this increasing mobility?
Yes, thank you, Nico. I will bring the perspective of mobility and migration here. So climate-induced migration takes many forms, as you said, and these administrative or regime systems are not really on track with that, although some progress has been made more recently in this field. But many experts have stated that we have a clear gap in protection, particularly when we talk about the climate-related background reasons that affect people's migrating. And I'm sure there are a great deal of various reasons, but as has already been stated, the way in which we process these things is quite siloed. So we have the administration on climate, and then we have the management of migrating streams separate from that. And at some point we should bring them together. And the same applies to my own field, the research field. We need multidisciplinary research projects that combine both strong scientific competence on climate change as well as the competence on migration and asylum seeking, etc. So on the climate-induced migration, the term I'd like to use as a researcher is taking place inside the countries that are suffering under the climate change. And there we can think about these addressing mechanisms on a national level. But of course, they too are partly regulated with global instruments. And we have the Kampala Convention, for example, a binding instrument. And then if we think about migration from international perspective, that is still smaller in amount, and we should remember that. We should think about how people could safely migrate either due to the quick impacts of climate change or due to the long longer processes and how this migrating could take place in a more controlled manner. And we do have global initiatives for that. Nelson initiative, the so-called UN migrant pacts, etc., that emphasize these aspects. And now I'm going to take it more into the Finnish context quite briefly. So it's very hard to get international protection from Finland or in the EU. So to get a refugee status, if you only have reasons related to the climate change in the background. So the climate cannot be an oppressor, and we have to be able to define the oppressor in our system. Of course, there can be cases where the country from where people are fleeing has not systematically protected people that are afflicted by the climate change due to ethnic or many other reasons. And in that case, this could become a viable reason. And unfortunately, the humanitarian position was abolished already in 2016. That could have granted some security. We do have a quota refugee politics, but I wonder if the member states, Finland included, is ready to or are ready to increase these quotas. I doubt it very much. And the Finnish legislation would also allow for temporary protection in cases of environmental disasters, but that would require an active decision from the government, and I don't think the current government would be ready to do that. So we have some mechanisms, but they are rather rigid. So we have to think about the complementary pathways, i.e. how people could be securely moved to another country, for example, through study, work, or family, or through other alternative legal and safe mechanisms. So there's plenty to develop, and we keep having. I hope Sirpa got some political initiatives to develop from your comments here. But let's move on to the last panelist. And we have the saying last but not least. I don't think anybody would think this would be a least in any way. But the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has a key role in Finland when we think about the administrative practices and the political views, as well as the scientific realities brought into a part of the Finnish Foreign Affairs. And one document that is used for this purpose is the government report on Finnish foreign and security policy, which clearly defines that the deepening of climate crisis will also act as a catalyst for potential migration towards Europe. So, Petteri Vuorimäki, a leading specialist on climate and security affairs at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Finland. How has the ministry started to promote the sustainable management of this migration process? The senior specialist term feels quite alarming to me. Thank you for the question. But I feel I'm in a really tough position after these expert speakers before me. And I would love to comment on each one of the comments. Risto said that the bad news will just make people become quite inactive, but I'd say let's have it, so be it, because if it's the only way to wake people up. I am a dystopian person, and people say that when I talk to people they get depressed, and I'm no sunshine in my private life either, but I have two alternative ways to respond to this question. One is as a diplomat and bureaucrat sitting here trying to list all the documents that the government has approved of or the EU has approved of Well, let's have the other alternative, please. The other alternative is to say up front that nationally, as well as in Europe, the center of our focus has been everything but the climate change. And I am horrified by our current situation and even more horrified about where we are headed. We have a very dangerous situation at hand where the climate change has been dropped down on our list of priorities, and that is immediately visible in how we direct funding, what the political discourse is. It's visible in what we talk about at all. And this is taking place at the moment where climate change is making headway in an accelerating manner, where the consequences of the climate change is visible to each and every one of us. The latest example was the horrible flood as a result of climate change at the border of Nepal and China. And this year, the wildlife fires have covered the area of Alaska. And these efforts to control and curb these wildfires are enormous, and this is just the beginning of the horrible, dramatic future that we are facing unless we take control of things. And from my perspective, that I've tried to communicate in every occasion, is that the only solution is that we understand that the climate change is a serious, concrete and acute security threat. We have to change our whole mindset, that we understand we're talking about a security threat, not an ideological choice about eating less meat or stepping down from fossil fuels. We're talking about a security threat, and that has to be taken as a starting point, and that will open up the question in a whole new manner. It is understandable that the military defense and military expenditure, understandably so, caused a lot of shocks and alarm with people. But at the same time, we have to understand there are three questions of life and death to us that our future will depend on. It is the climate change, it is the biodiversity loss, and nuclear weapons. And we cannot address them by increasing our defense expenditure. In a way, it is good and necessary that Europe and the members of NATO use 5% of their GDP on military defense. But Finland and the European countries cannot use 100% of their attention on military defense. We have to understand that the climate change is a security threat, and it also affects the operations and activities of the military forces. But I have a million other comments, but I won't say it now. I think that your second alternative was the better response track here, and it really was a reality check for us. And the reality that applies to climate-induced migration, we have a small graph of that, because it is quite difficult to get reliable information on this phenomenon. The forced migration within national borders is what is being looked at by this institute, and it shows that there is a very unfair regional breakdown of this, and we can see that Europe is actually still not suffering from it greatly. But what has been quite typical in the 2020s is that the natural disasters have larger reasons behind them than what human conflicts are. When we know that we currently have more violent conflicts going on in the world than ever before, this is a good indication of how rapidly the world is changing. And I think it opens up a new perspective into the security discourse in Europe as well. And there is a connection. I hope you, Petteri, could continue on this, because these are not disconnected. The deepening climate crisis also feeds conflicts, and conflicts again make it more and more difficult for us to be prepared for these crises. Could you explain about this more? Well, there has been this question whether the climate change causes conflicts, and the response so far has been that not directly, but it does so indirectly, and it increases the threat for conflicts. And wherever there are conflicts, the climate change makes them worse. But this is the case so far, and this most likely will change. And if I look at the map, I remember what the Foreign Minister of India said last year. He said that Europe should get rid of the thinking that all European problems are global problems, but that global problems are not European problems. And personally, I have to tell you a memory when I was listening to the colleague talking about the implementation of the Kampala agreement, etc. And when I started my career, I was sitting in the board working group of province, and there was a preparedness plan for the case or scenario that an uncontrollable amount of people would come across the eastern border, and we were calculating how many people we could put into the gym of the local school and what we could do to make sure that the lively Hämeenlinna cultural town can cope that. And somebody reminded us that we have to remember to put these instructions in Swedish as well. But this was our approach at the time to the potential risk or threat. And in this situation that we are facing now, we have to understand that we're talking about big problem facing the whole of humankind. I don't think that these big international conventions really matter when whole states are left, whole countries are left piece of water, or it's going to be too hot in Europe to live. I think when you get towards 50 degrees, it's no longer possible for people to live there. So then we need to think about what means we have to solve this problem. But still, now the possibility to try and prevent that situation from happening if we take action to curb the climate change. And here the key still is that we, all of us, all citizens, states, political decision makers, understand that we're dealing with a security threat. And the last notion, Sirpa referred to the security of supply here, and we need to think about it in Finland too, that we are prepared for such risk scenarios caused by the climate change, because the changes might not be temporary. They might just be permanent, and there are so many risks related to the climate change. But one big risk is this illusion that the climate change would progress linearly, in a linear manner and slowly. And we believe that we have time before it gets really bad. But we forget that the change can also be quite sudden, that we then have no time to do anything when we have enough changes taking place.
Well, I see now when I look at my script and the time, so time is limited, and I saw that all of you wanted to take the floor, and that's great for me as a moderator. Risto, Petteri is correct. We really have to talk about these threat scenarios. It's unavoidable, but it's also important to talk about solutions. Most people who care about this are quite depressed and hopelessness is reigning. So we need a few big wins for people to believe again in possible solutions. So if we look at this amok threat, how we can stop it, how we can stop the Arctic glaciers from melting, because this is a point where these sort of tipping points usually take place. And Markku Kulmala, a Finnish well-known nature scientist, and for 25 years he's been mostly quoted as a geophysician. So his team is now preparing a proposal based on these so-called SMIRC stations, so that in the northern Atlantic and Pacific Ocean, where ships navigate, they should navigate 6 months with the different type of fuels, especially when they are away from inhabited areas, because we are talking about emissions that are very harmful. So fuel with sulfur and then without sulfur. So it's indeed sulfur emissions that cause global warming alongside with CO2 emissions. Yes, and here I would say that there are risks in terms of political thinking. So when first we cause these problems, then we take out the sulfur and think that we solve something. Now, in politics, we try to find quick fixes a lot, because we are forced to do that about AC equipment are increased in houses, and then we add sulfur to fuel, etc. So maybe at a short term this gives something. However, what I think, and this applies to forced migration and to refugees as well, what we really must do in terms of climate change, how to slow it down, how to stop it. We're not talking about the 2 degrees anymore. By 2030 we'll achieve that level. And the Environmental Agency also confirms this. But now, by 2040, how much more will the climate become warmer by 2040? Is it 3 degrees? And that's the real tipping point. And why am I saying this now? And why do I talk this? And Petteri, thank you very much for your intervention. And like you said, so be it if people are shocked. It's the same situation where if you go to the doctor and the diagnosis is cancer, is the doctor going to say that, okay, we have a slight problem, let's see what happens, come back in 12 months? No, it happens now. We have to do something now. And now when we talk about mobility of people, and this is a very unpopular subject, but we really need to be in contact with politicians about this. Because I think this is more a problem inside people's heads, in their attitudes. We know what happens there on the spot in those regions. We know what needs to be done. And then when people come to Europe, and then in Finland, somebody says that we could easily welcome 1 million people within 2 years. Really? But then they say that, okay, if a few thousand people come to Helsinki and Vantaa per year, no, we can't manage that situation. We can. It's possible. It's just a question of how to organize it. Do we actually have the joint rules in the EU for migration and how we handle these people? Are they economic migrants, or do we have employment needs? Because let's remember, things might reverse and we might be there knocking on somebody else's door and try to get into other regions or countries. Now, finally, we have a greeting from the south describing what it's like to live already now with this climate reality. Now, when you look at this video, perhaps you could think of a final comment on this situation. What would you like to say to finish this discussion?
Network, and specifically a project called Her Resilience Enabled, in which we were including girls and women with disabilities in climate change, and focusing on issues of poverty and also some interventions that they can learn to try and mitigate climate change. One of the things that we realized recently during one of the occurrences was the overflowing of River Rusizi into Lake Tanganyika, and it affected the area around Lake Tanganyika because the lake was full and there was a lot of water that was coming from the river. And so the area around Bujumbura was really flooded. And one of the worst hit areas was Gatumba. And Gatumba is a heavily dense place, and there were persons with disabilities who are also part and parcel of that community. We realized that it was very hard for them to be evacuated because at that particular moment they're thinking about lives. And so most of them lost their wheelchairs, they lost their hearing aids, they lost their white canes, and they were moved to other areas that were a little bit higher but very impoverished and lacked accessibility, didn't have enough support system and also information on what they should do. And when the government gave them an opportunity to move, most of them thought of actually migrating. And so they were migrating to Tanzania and also to DR Congo. But they faced a lot of systematic violence. And also the fact that they did not really have to go through the borders because of the fear that they are going to be a burden to the other country. There was no information that was given, and so most of them actually did not really make it to migrate to the two countries. And I'm happy that these conversations can get an opportunity into the collective and be discussed to have specific needs of persons in situations of climate change and displacement. Thank you very much.
So the reason I wanted to show you this is the idea that the climate-induced migration is a reality. And when we look at these figures, international cooperation is required because practically the safe arrangements for mobility are not there. So very briefly, what can we do, Elina? Nico, thank you very much for bringing us this human intervention. I have to stress that when we talk about climate mobility, we cannot just talk about it as a security matter from the EU and national point of view. Of course, it's linked to security. However, people's mobility has to be looked at from the human situation point of view. And when we talk about this, we have to look at human rights and how we can support mobility or people staying where they want to stay. Indeed, yes, mobility. There is the possibility to stay or to return. Risto and Sirpa are quite right when they talk about the sulfur emissions. However, we mustn't leave any stone unturned. As researchers, we have to investigate all possibilities, what we can do to halt climate change. And we have to learn, we have to understand better. Scientists who talk to people like myself, whose intelligence is about average. So please, scientists, make sure that we understand what you say. Use short sentences. I just read an article that referred to one country. 14% of people do not believe that the globe is warming, even though I assume that we all know this, it's happening and what it leads to, but 14% of that country do not even believe in this fact. And we can see also the perspective that 10% of people in that country believe that globe is flat. We all know that it's not true. I'm a friend of cats. If it were flat, then the cat would push everything on the side of the globe, as they do. Now, societies are not able to sustain a globe where millions and millions of people have to migrate. And I think the most useful thing right now is that all NGOs, countries, the whole EU, pensioners, engineers who have retired, try to help scientists, universities together, help companies together to create products, final products that can be used with solar energy. In India, they are producing a lot of these types of products that use solar energy, for instance, and they take out the CO2 from the atmosphere. I think this is a problem inside our heads with our attitudes. Please, people, be in contact with the politicians directly. Send them emails, WhatsApp messages. For instance, I get a lot of messages. I got 5,000 emails on an initiative concerning abuse of children. So this is a good example. So please be in contact with us. Thank you very much to all the panelists. A big hand to all of them. This discussion hopefully will continue, and also here in the Europe Forum. So if you're staying here, I'm sure people can contact you and talk to you. Sorry, we overstepped our time by a couple of minutes. That's all right. Thank you very much for this interesting panel. And then we have a short break, and program here will continue at 12:30. The Europe Cafe is open. There are snacks and drinks available. And also outside the theatre, restaurant, Viidesnäyttämö is serving lunch at the moment. See you soon. Thank you.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Nook. I'd like to remind you again that all Europe Forum's programs are live streamed online. You're also invited to take part in the conversation, and you may scan the QR code on the screen to access the chat. I'm very excited to announce that next we will hear how art, storytelling and culture can help strengthen European unity in a time of war and uncertainty. Please welcome Olga Kravets and Anni Pohto Huhtasaari.
Hello, Europe Forum. It's really a pleasure to be here. I must say that, to start with a little anecdote, Finland was the first foreign country I've ever visited as an 11-year-old post-Soviet kid. And I remember when with my school we crossed the border and stopped at the petrol station. And then we went to wash the hands and the water was running automatically. This is when I was introduced to Nordic innovations. And since then, I've been really coming to Finland with pleasure. And I had an opportunity as a war reporter to collaborate a lot with Helsingin Sanomat. And so now we're here with my colleague, singer-songwriter Anni Pohto, presenting the work in progress. It's a very vulnerable moment for us because we're actually producing this film independently, and we decided to start the campaign to talk about this issue as the film is in the making. Because while documentaries take a long time to produce, the issue cannot wait. So I, as a reporter, as a war reporter, was really struck and shell-shocked in many ways in the wake of Russia's invasion to Ukraine, because my father is Ukrainian, my mom is Russian, so I bear the double identity, but I'm also living in France for almost half of my life, and I didn't know where actually I find myself in terms of identity, not in terms of my values, obviously, and because I covered Chechnya and Russian war crimes for 15 years, it was very obvious where my values were. But this film is a search of my identity for myself, but it's also scaling from personal to geopolitical. But then I already knew from my experience of working with leading world media like Le Monde, Helsingin Sanomat, New York Times, etc., that it's very hard to sell to the public yet another very sad, unwatchable film. So I spent time writing it, and I was stuck until I received a call from Anni, who proposed me to come to France to my countryside artist studio and play an intimate home concert. So could you please tell us about your motivation when you started ringing people up across Europe proposing this?
Yeah, so thank you. So my name is Anni Pohto, and thank you Euroforum for having us here with Olga. Yeah, so I'm a singer, songwriter, and producer, and the saying that there's no business like show business is real. And I got to spend the last 3-4 years living in London and really immersed in the international music industry there. But so eventually, seeing that and being part of it, I realized that I also felt like I had to return what creativity actually means and where it actually comes from, inside all the hustle and pushing and grinding. And that's where the home concert as a concept started. Basically, it was a little thing. I wanted to feel safety, connection, appreciation, togetherness, just playing music in my friends and friends of friends' homes, just hanging out, feeling heard and seen. So I started playing these home concerts in London 1.5 years ago in the spring. And a WhatsApp group formed, Anni's Home Concerts in London. Now there's almost 100 people there. And I started to understand there's more to this. People coming together, strangers coming to people's homes in private spaces. Then one thing I love about London is the Eurostar, so the train to Brussels and Paris. So I went to Brussels, and another WhatsApp group and more home concerts came. And then I wanted to do the same in Paris. So I reached out to Olga, who was then acquaintance, I wouldn't say a friend yet. And then eventually, as I arrived her, not in Paris, but in her little hideaway in the Jura mountains, I understood who we were. So I was born on the Independence Day of Finland, and that has always affected how I relate my personal existence to the existence of my motherland. And then I also learned that Olga was born nearly one exact week after me in Moscow. And that night, playing the concert at Olga's place, as we were becoming friends right there, I understood that night that for me, that night represented hope. So as I was leaving the next morning back home, Olga asked very hesitantly if I'd join her on a trip, a little train trip to Kyiv. And of course, I said yes.
So when I heard Annie that night speaking about this friendship that shouldn't exist and her desire to play at people's homes, I knew that for me, her idea spoke on a very deep personal level, because when speaking freely was forbidden for the generation of my parents in Soviet Union, forbidden songs and culture existed actually in kitchen and the living rooms. So I wanted to take this concept and I wanted to take us both on a trip through peaceful Europe, through historically charged cities such as Geneva, Munich, Prague and Warsaw, all the way to Kyiv suburb, very close to Bucha, where my family lives, and where Annie would play maybe the most intimate home concerts. And also this female road trip through Europe in this crucial time. As a genre, we are selling you the movie which sounds light. It's two girls taking the train in the late summer. We actually started the trip exactly a year minus 1 day. We left on the 30th of August last year. But in the end, it's a deep conversation about identity, geopolitics, and our shared future as Europe, diverse but shared. So now let's please watch the teaser of the work in progress.
Usually, I think things are fairly simple, but simple doesn't mean easy. Simple often means that it's actually really, really hard.
It's chaos without symphony, no beauty in violence when it's happening to me.
I want to face the dark spots of the family past, so now making the film on your own war. How?
Everything is saturated, there's no room for nuances. I'm starting to question myself, what is real?
When I invited my Finnish friend Annie to join my train trip from France to Kyiv, I didn't expect her to say yes.
Wash, this negativity is burning me out. We're scorching this earth to make the blue chips sprout. I'm watching this mayhem, scared but entertained. There's nothing I can do, but I know that I'm part of it.
I feel like nowadays it kind of like annoys me that it's always the bad guys who seem to understand the power of the arts and how to utilize that. And I do understand because, like, for example, in democracy, the point is that kind of everybody's voice matters.
Принято решение о проведении специальной военной операции.
For all of us who have been born or raised or somehow touched with post-Soviet space, home concert is also something against censorship. Because in Soviet Union, when it was forbidden to speak freely, people would gather in the kitchens and sing songs.
This song has become a song for us. Finnish people have a very complicated relationship with Russian people, and our friendship shouldn't exist
I think that represents hope for me.
I'm a white monkey who escaped Chernobyl, cute and harmless until what I represent kills you. And now I'm thinking what on earth and I've been exposed to. A little girl like a sponge taking everything in.
But how do I breathe this guilt and exhaustion? What kind of holy water can get these stains?
If the country of my mother, Russia, had not decided to try to erase the country of my father, Ukraine, I might have never gotten to investigate my family history.
Hello, Olga. I think maybe you girls shouldn't come. It was the worst night in Kiev ever. They hit the main government building in the center of Kiev.
I'm a white monkey who escaped Chernobyl. No matter what I do, is this what I will always do? No matter what I do, is this what I will always do? I fear that I wasted my chances. I fear that it's too late. But I can't afford to stop trying. I'm learning how to love.
Так расскажите про деда, я же ничего не знаю.
Про Максима Федоровича?
Да? Я же его никогда не видела.
Ну, так ти не могла його побачити, бо він помер, коли мені було 15 років.
Да.
Забрали його за те, що вірив, відправили трудармія так звана, тоді була в Забайкалю. Ми зараз, ще в совєтські часи жартували ЗК, Забайкальський комсомолець.
Угу.
І пробув він там довгенько.
Whether all is really lost or not depends entirely on whether or not I am lost. It is I who must begin. So I just want to remind you, this is not why we are here. You are why we are here.
It is what it is, but I gotta love it. It is what it is, but I gonna love it. It is what it is, but I gotta love it. It is what it is, but I'm gonna love it.
Oh, okay. Whether all is lost or not depends entirely on whether or not I am lost. These are the ending words of the poem "It is I who must begin" by Václav Havel, a poet and a political prisoner who after the Cold War became the president of the Czech Republic. And I think it's also a wonderful representation how culture and security, my two passions and professions, collide. And this, in a way, was also my approach to writing and producing the song Amor Mundi, which I also performed in the opening ceremony of Europe Forum a couple of days ago. So I knew the song was also Olga's favorite from my album, but only during our trip I really understood its true meaning to her. So the song is from my album The Rising, which is based on 17 emotional frequencies, from very dark ones to very light ones. And I studied and investigated and sat with each emotion myself and wrote a song of each. And Amor Mundi represents the emotion of fear. there's been already some fun, wonderful, and interesting conversations about the production and what the song has been eating. But so I think like instead of spending too much time here today on that, I promise that I'm going to be posting the little explanatory social media video later, maybe next week, finally. But yeah, it's been such an honor to see the impact of the song, and it's truly such a beautiful thing as a songwriter and as a singer to see your own song then to be taken by somebody else, and then that it's been used and further taken, and the impact that the song has had on you, Olga, and how it's taken a life of its own. And I think that relates to something else that Pekka Toveri and Li Andersson said yesterday in the other panel. I can't remember now the name of the panel, but they were discussing that there needs to be something to defend in the face of a conflict, and that you need to feel and have an emotion, a feeling of sense of belonging. And I think culture does exactly that. So Olga, could you maybe elaborate on this?
Yes, so as I said in the very beginning of my speech, I did feel very lost because I didn't know what I could do in the wake of the war in Ukraine. And I decided to actually start from myself. And I think the most honest thing that I could do is actually take my own family history and save it. So as you see in the teaser, this very emotional scene filmed by Anni, who is not, by the way, a professional filmmaker, so I salute her courage to really join this enterprise, because it's also, this reunion could only be filmed in this way and not by the studio cameras and Netflix production. So what I always considered as a family secret was not in any case a secret for the Ukrainian part of my family. I came through this investigation to understand that it's my Russian grandmother who consciously decided to hide my Ukrainian identity from me. And I didn't grow up bilingual. I'm actually polishing up my Ukrainian right now. And in the Ukrainian family, the whole story of the grandfather who was sent to Gulag because he was actually of the Pentecostal faith. Pentecostalism is a small, very niche sect of Protestantism, and they became Pentecostal, him and my grandmother, whose family was also dispossessed, by the way, during the times of the Great Terror. They became Pentecostals because it felt like an attractive religion in the young Soviet Union, where they felt that it will actually provide religious freedom. The Pentecostals never take up arms, so when my grandfather was summoned to the army, he refused, and this is how he ended up in the labor army, which was effectively the predecessor of Gulag. It didn't carry that name yet. So this little act also made me understand that I'm far from being alone, searching for my roots, and it's a small but also big movement on the internet where people across the world understand that everyday Russian strikes actually threaten the survival of Ukrainian culture, churches, museums, but also the archive where we can potentially find the story. So by having made this trip, by having spoken to my uncle, by having recorded him, writing articles about this, making the film, and even sharing it in this room right now, I actually make the story of my grandfather and my grandmother to exist. And I now went all the way up to the 18th century, so I can surely say that my ancestors were uneducated serfs, so serfdom was abolished by Imperial Russia very late in 1860s, and then my grandfather was a self-taught musician, which also really speaks to me. But now I collaborate with a musician. And yesterday, in the discussion which Anni just mentioned, there was also Justas Staszewski, who is the ULE correspondent, foreign correspondent, and he did mention how Ukrainian resilience is based around the language, the culture, and the preservation of the identity. So I think what I found as well through my own search, this preservation of the roots and the discovery of the roots is actually adding up to the list that he mentioned. So I don't any longer feel lost. I feel that I'm part of the very diverse European community, and on a very emotional level, every character that you will see in the future film, the people who hosted Anni's concerts and with whom we discussed the issues that are burning in all our minds, they all share the same complex, diverse identities that make us so different but so European. So in Geneva, we were hosted by a peace negotiator who is actually Swiss, but he was born in Egypt and his family was Jewish, so they left Egypt when the State of Israel was created, and his ancestors didn't feel like taking up potentially arms against Egypt if there would be a war between Israel and Egypt, which we all know happened later. Then in Munich in Germany, we were hosted by a Ukrainian who came to live there from Donbass. That's a very powerful reminder that if this young lady had to move to Germany from Donbass, that the war in Ukraine hasn't started in 2022, but in 2014. In Prague, we were hosted by a same-sex couple with three-dimensional identities, Czech, French, and Chinese. And finally, in Warsaw, it was our choice. We organized to be hosted in some way by the Spirit of Chopin. A group of, let's say, art activists created a bed and breakfast dedicated to Frédéric Chopin, where you stay in these rooms, you really feel like you live in a beautiful Warsaw of his time. And ironically, that actually I didn't know this right away, but in Anni's song, there is also Amor Mundi samples the Revolutionary Etude by Frédéric Chopin. But what I didn't know when I fell in love with her song, that actually Frédéric Chopin wrote this Revolutionary Etude as a response to the Russian Empire invasion of Poland in 1831. So I suddenly felt this history calling on myself, because Chopin, like me, became an exile in France and continued his career there. And this finally brings me also to the point that not everybody knows this, but when and it's not a sin not to know, but I decided to pack this film with many cultural references, including actually when I sit in a bathtub. It's a reference to Lee Miller's picture in the end of Second World War. She was in the Hitler's bunker and she sat in the Hitler's bath. So I think it's very clear to which dictator I'm referring to. It's Vladimir Putin, so it's in some way a visual thinking. But we also decided to reappropriate a piece of dictator-created art. So when you see Anni playing on the stairs, it's actually the stairs of the Hitler's Nazi rally grounds in Nuremberg. So how was it for you to play on the stairs built at the order of the dictator?
Yeah, just before I go to the Nuremberg, I just want to say regarding Justas and the Yle reporter in Kyiv in the earlier panel, that that destroying physical culture, buildings, statues, churches, etc., is a very classic war tactic. And if we talk about immaterial property, such as writing, music, stories, you can't bomb that. And I think that's something, and also visiting Kyiv and Ukraine, and also being part of the Finnish resistance forces, supporting Ukrainian musicians, and really getting into Ukrainian pop music and modern music. Now, it's been remarkable to see the new spring of Ukrainian music industry, music culture since 2014. It's absolutely brilliant, the music that's coming from there, like internationally, absolutely amazing bands, amazing artists. And I think that just like proves the point of you can bomb down the cities and churches and the history, but the culture, the song keeps on going and the story keeps on going if we just keep on telling it and singing the song. And also we had wonderful conversations during our train trips, on our girls road trip, and one was about, like, there was the little point, like, it annoys me that only the bad guys seem to understand the use of culture, and being at the Nuremberg Nazi rallying grounds, we got this idea, and that I hopefully get to do. I would love to do a music video and just get all the gays and theys and disabled people and black people to dance on the Nazi rallying grounds. And I think Hitler would be turning in his grave or in his bathtub or wherever, seeing like, oh, there's some Finnish lady now singing, and all the people that I wanted to just kill and destroy and wipe out of this earth are now dancing and celebrating there. And I think that is like this reappropriating and reclaiming is something that is a powerful act. And that's what also, well, there's a lot of this also that has been featured in the film, but that's something what I got inspired of actually visiting the architecture was stunning, the Nazi architecture, because they really understood how to evoke a feeling in us. And so like I said, so kind of frustrates me that there's this propaganda and all the bad guys understand the power of propaganda, and I think it's quite obvious, like we don't even have a word for like positive propaganda, and what is it, this kind of more like positive active intentional use of culture and art in a positive way. And this brings me to a little critique. I need to check my notes. That I've been very, very happy listening, because we've been here since the opening ceremony. It's been wonderful to get kind of my finger on the pulse, so where we are with the Europe Forum and the conversations here in Finland, that the culture and creativity and arts have been wonderfully present throughout many conversations and panels. But at the same time, it has been a bit frustrating to see that not many representatives of culture or the culture sector has been present in these conversations. So it's almost like culture and creativity and art is something elusive. We all like it. It's like fluffy and nice, and we all love it, and we don't want to live in a world where that doesn't exist. Yet at the same time, it really somehow always is forgotten from the papers or from the seats.
But also, if I may interrupt you, I just remembered this wonderful example about Finnish painters, how they played the role in creating the Finnish identity.
Oh yes. So and yeah. So this, for example, like during our trips, it's been wonderful to share. Talk about our histories, and I actually traveled with my grandfather's wartime journals. He was 4.5 years in the continuation war, and he was a violin player and also a pioneer. And so my grandfather's violin playing grandfather's experience of war. My grandmother was Lotta, but it was very present. And then as it was lovely to see, for example, all the photos that I shared with your relatives and friends in Ukraine, and how powerful it was that was documented and in this book. But what I've understood is that in the 19th century, before Finland existed as a country, we Finnish people, we know the saying, we don't want to be Swedes. We are not Swedes, we don't want to become Russian, thus let's be Finns. And it was the business elite and the economic and financial elite who funded personally artists, their studies, international studies, their travels, and then as they hanged out with the best of the best and learned all the tactics and tools, and then came back and to paint the beauty and the uniqueness of Finland and compose the uniqueness of Finland, and almost holding a mirror towards the ordinary men and like, hey, this is beautiful, this is wonderful, this is us, and what we are is beautiful. And for example, cross-country skiing wasn't, as far as I understand, wasn't a thing
like a Finnish thing until Akseli Gallen-Kallela oil painted it and put golden frame around it, and suddenly, like we Finns do this. That's actually pretty cool. And or the Finnish pines. And I would really hope this kind of really tangible understanding and willingness to be present again in the national level and also international or European regional level. And but so this is a positive problem.
Absolutely.
And also the culture is kind of elusively present everywhere here, also in these conversations. Because what I've understood is that, creative economy, cultural diplomacy, soft power, wider security, these are terms that I see nowadays quite present in all kinds of governmental papers, on different reports, in conversations. So there is definitely this understanding and a will to include culture in the intersection of security and building this common coexistence and feeling of belonging. There is a will, but the way is still a bit lost. And here I wanna go back to Havel, whether all is lost or not. Depends entirely on whether or not I am lost. And so that brings us here, that we are not lost. We are here, and we are very much found in this document and in this stage and in these conversations and in my home concerts and in my big concerts and that how can we now actually start building, or we are already creating the hopeful future right now. That's nothing elusive out there. A year ago in May, Olga asked me, "You want to take a train to Kyiv with me?" And I said yes. And that's when we started creating the future ourselves. And it's very tangible to a point, and it's almost like ridiculously tangible, like booking an Interrail ticket to Kyiv with somebody that I really didn't know back then. and this, I would like to kind of end our kind of little conversation here. And if anybody has any questions, that with an invitation, that we have these postcards here. There are also more on the just outside the door, and we have our emails here, and obviously social media, and also people watching the stream. Like, let's figure this out together, and it's happening right now, and let's have this conversation. Let's keep on having these conversations and home concerts and panel conversations and listening to music and going to concerts and etc. And that's how we create the way to the hopeful future.
And I think also in the world of European regulations that we've been listening a lot about these 3 days, artists are free because we are self-regulating. Like, it was up to us to decide that we want to do the film and we want to go. So that's actually a privilege to be building things freely. And yes, I totally agree with Anni. We need more people to build this together because the future is being decided right now, the future of European values, freedom and sovereignty. So if you have any questions, let's open the floor to discussion.
Yeah, and the final thing I want to say is that and also to the stream, that please use us and use the project and use these words to do something with, whatever inspires you. But please use us and our work. Thank you. So any questions from the audience or notes? Silence. Well, Olga, we have some minutes still left. Please, no. Well, it's a bit difficult to see. So if anybody has a question, just raise your voice and we'll figure it out. But Olga, how does it feel now? Because we've been talking about just the tangibles of this impact campaign. So documentary making in this impact campaign way instead of the traditional negotiating for years with some big production company and then seeing the
kind of the idea of the document kind of vanish while you wait for the chunk of money to come, and then actually somebody else owns the story then, and instead like now doing this the modern way of filmmaking as an impact campaign and sharing the process as it happens. So how does it feel? Because this is
actually I really have experience from all kind of possible stages of production and also TV production in a way. As I was last generation born in Soviet Union, I actually remember Soviet Union. I'm also the last generation when I went to a photography school preparing to be a war reporter. I still learned how to develop films, and actually now we're back to films and shooting it for your home concerts and stuff. But at some point things started to change faster that we can even keep up with them. So before producing a film like this, would be a very straightforward experience. You go to a TV channel, it might be like a French-Finnish co-production, for instance, but then it also comes with the fact that you have to spend a very long time developing the story, because then you have to wait for the TV unblocking the money. And for instance, like if you take a case of Ukrainian archives or The Age of My Uncle, like some things simply couldn't wait. But also the traditional way in many ways prevents you to speak about the work as you progress on doing this. So by owning the project, we can actually promote the issue with the help of different partners. So we already have one partner in France, which is an organization for nonviolent movements. It's a young NGO which was also born in the wake of the war in Ukraine, but it's an NGO which draws on the very extensive experience of people who actually founded Otpor movement in Serbia, which brought down Slobodan Milosevic, and they are the icons of nonviolent resistance. So with the help of this organization, we started to publish first work about our trip and explain again how art can be the form of nonviolent resistance, and we are obviously open to as many collaborations as possible as more partners come on board. It can be also corporate partners that share our values. It can be social media influencers. It can be still traditional media, because traditional media still do have the outreach. But I really felt, and that was one of the reasons why I decided to stop my journalism career, that beyond the mistrust, the growing mistrust in media, people less and less identify with the stories where we're trying to be neutral, where we're trying to present the facts, and even working with the media, the stories are more and more personality driven. But like how long can you drive like each and every article with your own personality? No. But then if we make a film which is based on our personal journey, then we can convert it to many products and work with a very different audiences in different countries. And I think it's also interesting it would be very interesting to bring this product to the countries in Europe which we didn't pass, but also it's always striking how different is the approach to this conflict and to the subject that we discuss the closer we get to Ukraine, and obviously Nordics and the Baltics, where traditionally people know how to live with Russia as a neighbor. But when I go to Spain and Portugal, people often don't understand why we care about so much. So the idea of the impact campaign is also to show to our other European collaborators and faraway neighbors, what does it feel to be in Finland? What does it feel to be Latvian? What does it feel to be Ukrainian actually fighting for the right to be part of Europe? And I think what this trip also proves that, yes, the only border that we had to cross and wait was the border between Poland and Ukraine, effectively European Union, Ukraine border. But what we show with our trip is that it's an inter-route trip through Europe, and Ukraine is for us a part of Europe and European culture. So this is what we also hope to explain to our other European core members that are not part of this road trip.
Yeah, and it was actually interesting because I live in London nowadays, and it was just like this week on social media, I think it was BBC little video snippet, and there was some defense ministry or guy explaining that now it would be good for the British people also to, for example, understand, like, in case anything happens ever, that you should have a few days of food and bottled water and the basic stuff if there's no electricity or there's some problems with the water pipes or there's some kind of an attack. And reading the comment section, the British like, what is this nonsense, and keep your war, and like no need, like if it was like blatantly different. And I've learned the term island problems, that the UK people are on their island and they have their island problems, and it's very interesting to see and also have the conversation there compared to there's certain people there who really much understand, but then others feel very much not relating to the Ukraine cause, or that this is European cause, because at all, because obviously the fact that you can just take the train from Poland to a war zone, the war is closer than nobody else of us really
but also
understands.
In the case of hybrid war, and I hate to finish on this unhopeful note, but in the case of hybrid war, Ireland is no longer an island because
but that's the kind of the feeling of British people, that like, why are you telling us to buy cans of food that we can like, this is nonsense, and so on. But also, like, there's been conversation about what it means to be European and how different each culture and country is. I have to say that, for example, I have relatives living in a different European Union country, married to, again, another European Union country member. We have friends, maybe this is the Erasmus exchange program kids or something. But I think the pan-European identity is very much there already. And there's been conversation about the far right and this kind of movement. And I'm not in denial. I'm just envisioning the hopeful future, and that which I already see in this very moment. And for example, it's been so wonderful in these home concerts that it doesn't matter whether it's in Paris or in London or in Helsinki or where I'm from, Tampere, or in Kyiv or in any of the places on our way, or in Brussels, that actually we share a very we have a shared identity, we have a shared sense of humor, we have a shared set of values, attitudes. Of course we bake our bread differently, etc. But it's very much there, and I kind of like, well, my point is, and I've decided to kind of be a bit delusional, because that's like Hannah Arendt says in her philosophy about Amor Mundi, that it is only the artist that can still find a way beyond our reality and imagine a pathway towards something else. And I think we are, through this documentary, really trying to recognize the seeds in the now, and tend to those like you tend to a garden. And of course, if you tend to a garden, the garden will grow. And I think what comes to the right-wing people, there's a lot of feeling of not belonging, feeling of hopelessness. And again, as a musician, I feel like my work really much is to keep the door open for everybody, because no matter the political stance, because we all recognize what it feels to feel hopeless and not belong. I think everybody knows that, and it's a terrible place to be. So I believe that through this, we can also kind of invite some of these people back that are now falling towards those kind of tendencies. Hey, thank you so much. Thank you, Olga, for being here with me.
Thank you. Thank you, Europe Forum, for having us.
Thank you.
Thank you
so much for this conversation. Next, we will go on a small break, and the program on this stage will continue at 1:30 p.m. If you would like to grab a snack or coffee before that, the Europe Cafe on the second floor is still open. See you soon. Tervetuloa takaisin seuraamaan tämän vuoden viimeistä keskustelua täällä Sopukassa.
Welcome back to follow the last discussion here in the Nook. This program will be streamed, and you can participate in the discussion through the QR code behind me. And the last discussion is about research providing us with new innovations and business. And now I will give the floor to moderator Jarkko Koivunen. Thank you. I am the research manager of InFlame's research flagship and the moderator of this discussion. If you're not familiar with InFlames, it is a joint immunological research flagship of Åbo Academy and the University of Turku, with the intention of providing new innovation, medicine and diagnostic solutions. And we work a lot in cooperation with businesses. And if you think about the heading of our panel, the Finnish pharmaceutical innovation could generate billions. It's actually already the case with Orion and Bayer, Numega prostate medication that is producing about 2 billion euros per year, and we are closing to 3 billion. Who knows if it's going to exceed that? And Bayer has developed and produced a hormone drug for the worth of 1.5 billion euros. And of course, not all the sales come to Finland, but the sales are impressive, and these are success products. And this proves that Finland can produce such success products. And I have prepared the panelists about how Finns are inclined to be overly modest and not come up with great ideas, but I have encouraged the panelists now to think about the positive solutions. Let's have an introduction of the panelists. We have a member of the European Parliament, Sirpa Pietikäinen, looking at what we Finns do from Brussels and from the perspective of European decision-making. Welcome, Sirpa. Then we have Mr. Timo Verma, Professor of Practice from InFlame's flagship. He has decades of experience from medicine development. He's also mentoring a lot of our younger researchers and hopefully the future business people. Welcome, Timo. We have Pia Rannanheimo, the Chief Advisor from Fimea, the Finnish Medicine Agency, and she's also looking at how this whole system works, who pays the cost ultimately. And then we have Pekka Simula, business side representative partner from Innovestor Life Sciences and Life Science, and bringing us the perspective of an investor. Thank you. And let's start on a positive note about what are the Finnish strengths in what are our strengths in creating innovations within medicine? And let's first ask Sirpa about how things look in Brussels and how your colleagues also might see the strengths of Finland in medicine development. Well, they are clearly strengths that are also strongly visible in the discussion. We are involved in preparing a regulation that's going to regulate about the biosciences, biotechnology, the medicine, and the broader operations related to that. So also it's touching upon the bioeconomy side. And in that connection, it has come up that Europe needs to invest heavily on health competence, because we have that competence, and Finland really has world-class competence. And when we talk about challenges and problems, it's how we can scale them up, how we get enough investments there, how we can get a common European market so that we can get a result for the innovations quickly, because this is a long path. And now there's been a big wake-up call about it in the past couple of years in the Parliament, in the Commission, hopefully in the Member States too, because we are extremely dependent on China and just on the production of basic and critical materials, but also with regard to innovations. And it is a genuine threat that what should be our biggest competitive edge is actually now forgotten about when everybody's doing their own thing. And if you look at it from the human perspective, we are completely dependent on what is being done and developed elsewhere, whatever we're talking about within this wide spectrum. I'm thinking about the potential crisis. Will we be the first ones to whom these drugs will be delivered? Or perhaps somebody else, and nobody in Europe wants to have that scenario being realized. So we need to boost this new awareness. What about Timo? What would you say to that? It is clear that the most essential strength of Finland in the whole health sector are our health registers, the genome data, and the whole digital infrastructure in Finland. And so far, we still have a very stable society. People want to participate in clinical studies. They want to be involved in them for longer. And these health registers, the data we have, is clearly still an underutilized resource, and we are leaders worldwide. We have legislation in place, we have infrastructure supporting such research activities, and from there we should get the new innovations, and I do hope that we could take better advantage of it. Well, are they using it? Yes. But you would imagine we would have plenty of such businesses utilizing this data. But now that the data can also be utilized with the help of the artificial intelligence on a whole new scale, all the registers are open. They don't really cost anything, particularly for businesses. Unfortunately, their use does cost to individual researchers, which doesn't make any sense. But it is being utilized to some extent, but it is an underused resource. I'd like to ask Pia, when in Finland we often have a negative tone on Finland being overly regulated as a country, and health technology and medicine, pharmaceutical industry are very strongly regulated. Is that actually a strength, that we have a lot of rules, a strong regulative culture, and we're maybe not as big as Belgium or Germany, but could this be a strength in our society for businesses, that we have one set of rules that we comply with in a clever manner? Could that actually be a strength? Thank you. I think that in this medicine context, a lot of regulation actually comes from the EU. We are obliged to comply with and to apply the same regulation as elsewhere. I think it's part of that trust on which we can build. And to your previous question, I would have answered that I think data is one of our strengths. And now we can see in the European health area, EHDS, that it is already giving us a strong model, but the Finnish second-use model that has had its problems, but that's being fixed. I do think that we can set some standards, examples from here. But in many things, we, of course, need to adhere to the common rules. But perhaps we are also a bit more careful about adhering to them. If you go to the Mediterranean region, they take rules maybe as just general guidelines. I'd be careful about saying that, because I'm actually working in the section where we already have the sales permit, and it's about the price selection, and an area that is very much under the national competence. But the regulatory side, we are operating in the common medical agency networks that have the same rules applied to all of them. Pekka, what does the investors say? Well, I can continue on what Pia said. Of course, as a Finn, we don't like to brag about our own institutions, but of course, FIMEA is very highly appreciated everywhere in Europe. And if we talk about conducting clinical studies and research in medicine development, I think a lay pass that we're reading through guidebook and that we just need to provide the authorities with something. But it's very creative scientific work that we are actually entering into a field of something that's never been done there, and what kind of regulation we need to comply with there in the sense of what kind of tests and studies we can do, at what point we can give new medicine to human beings for the first time, etc. Thank you. This was a good point, and we also have a deputy chair of medicine agency in Europe. So the chair is from Turku in Finland. So how do companies, startups go about it? Do they first take contact to FIMEA when they start doing this kind of projects? Well, we have this kind of, I don't know, consulting operations. Maybe my colleague knows better how much this is used. We have specific specialists offering this kind of consultation on the national level. And of course, we have the European medicine agency also offering consultation. And then once you have got your selling permit, I think for the next stage, the so-called HTA consultation, we have new European tools for that. So it's a good idea to think about this at an early stage when we need to have over 1 billion before our member states will introduce new medication. And I would like to add another strength. In Finnish, even small businesses already have a strong regulatory competence in medicine companies, but particularly in diagnostics businesses. So they are professionals and understand about it, and we have very good interaction with these businesses. But this leads to our core problem in this assessment work, that we don't have one joint market, but the price decisions and entrances into the market are national decisions. And in the United States, it's much easier to enter into the market, and it is still the number one market where new medication is first launched, because the activities after the sales permit is so complicated, and particularly now that his most favored nation's practices means that many countries need to think about whether it makes sense to even consider introducing their medicine in any other country, when if they first introduce a medication at a lower price somewhere else, there's a risk that the United States will simply inform them that they are going to use the same price. But Chairperson, we wanted to talk about the Finnish perspective. Let's give the floor to Sirpa still. It's true, the regulation comes from Europe and the EU, that's right, and it's been talked about at least 4 to 5 times when we talk about patients' rights and health technology and health data areas as such. So if we really want to make headway, we need to have a mechanism so that the most impactful drugs can enter into the market the quickest. And a model has been presented of having a common European medication procurement, starting from the rarest types of medicine. So what the point with that is that now that each member state goes through the process of what is compensated and what not, because often it is a question of budget, and that means that the first medication sets are usually, they come to the market at a very high price. So that means that the market is small. And if we had a joint fund where you could have each country paying a specific amount there, and then their negotiation power would be higher against pharmaceutical companies. Of course, those companies wouldn't really like that. But then majority of the compensations, and it would be clear at every doctor's appointment, because it's an EU level decision. So we could already have more affordable pricing, but this is not something the member states are willing to accept. So now every finance minister and prime minister needs to be contacted about that. This is how it should work, so that we could get the common market up and running. This affects the investments, but let's take a step back and talk about innovations. We first need to come up with the new drugs to get the sales permit for. So let's go back a little bit. Timo, tell us, you're much in business boards, etc. So what about startup entrepreneurs or university researchers need to get forward? And funding is clear, you can mention that too, but please tell us something else as well.
It's perhaps about information. There is a lot of enthusiasm now, perhaps more than about 20 years ago. So in research, there are genuine people who want to find impactfulness for their research. And this Inflame's flagship, it's important that each scientist understand that if they make important findings, then they inform about that. They have to understand the process, and they can also see that they can really develop that particular finding, or at least take it forward so that their innovation can be converted into an innovation. So, and we have very good support structures for this. So this is all forward-looking. So there is nobody is against commercialization. Of course, young scientists know that we need new medicines, we need new treatments, and if their own research leads to that, then the better. Excellent. Then Pekka, about investments. Let me say a couple of words. So we mentioned that it's possible to contact Vimea. That's a good idea, the agency. Well, Timo discusses a lot with these young operators who are wishing to have support from Vimea first. How about should they contact possible investors? Is it only when they are almost ready? Or should they be asking, first of all, some feedback or mentoring at an earlier stage? Of course, if their product is halfway ready, what can they do? Well, this depends on the investor. If you are talking about an investor in the extraction industry, then that's not a good idea. However, we love science. and we have colleagues who have PhDs in neurobiology, etc. So they really deeply understand and they love the possibility to look at science deeply. So it's not too early ever to come to us. So be courageous. So if you turn to us, we love to give you advice, and hopefully you listen to that advice, and then perhaps you come back after 1 year, and then you have not taken account our advice, or you have and things have developed. Sirpa, what about the public sector? If we have a promising idea for medication and then Pekka is there and saying that, well, this is not quite ready for investment yet, however, it has a promise of treatment or medication. So how should we then solve this situation? Should we get then public side to participate? Well, of course, there are many different routes. One is the one you just heard, i.e. the available data. So the potential is there. So how the central university hospitals and well-being areas can be activated. And then from the area's healthcare budget, it's of course wonderful if they could get funding for the first stage testing phase. So the data should be used better. And another plus, since you wanted to hear from them, we have this good database and this administrational arrangement and cross-multidisciplinary expertise is there all over Finland. So we're not relying on one single source. So this is forward-looking in terms of innovation. For instance, this inflammation expertise that we are talking about, trying to find new ways of research and not just concentrating on one single new medicine for the markets. So then we come to the EU level. In the autumn, there will be a reform of the Public Procurement Directive. And strategic autonomy is a part of this, which means that especially in the pharmaceutical sector, but also in the further processing sector, this marketing side is present there. This is a great idea. There is great support for it. Wonderful. But what do you think the Ministry of Finance will say? Because the already existing European medicines are more expensive, and then we would need more money for this particular project. So nothing will change until there are a flood of messages from citizens saying that this is very important in terms of security, safety, in terms of people's health, and also for the growth strategy. Because if we have a wonderful innovation, but it doesn't fly nationally or in the European Union, then it might be successful somewhere else. And that's where the investments are going. So the healthcare sector's growth strategy. Now, when we build these innovative ecosystems that would support the development of new medicines and treatments, we need a considerable public investment there in order for these infrastructures to continue to operate, for instance, the data banks, etc. So maintaining this infrastructure is at question here. Like in the US, the state of California invests enormously into their infrastructures, the federal government as well. There are different types of arrangements. So the Americans think that it's only the companies who pay for all this. No. bio and medicines industry get also public funding, and this is sometimes lost in the discussions also here in Finland. So public input is necessary so that the companies can develop, so that they have good conditions to improve. And of course, priorities are important here, where to put that funding. It's important to have this ecosystem in place so that there is incentive to go into business, so that entrepreneurial people want to become business people. And at the moment, we don't have that kind of support or ecosystem in place. Now, Denmark was mentioned in our invitation to this panel, and it was mentioned already yesterday in the pharmaceutical panel discussion. Ozempic is one well-known product at the moment, and insulin as well. Is this somehow recognized in Brussels? Does it help to look at the Nordic countries more carefully or not? Well, it's not that big. Of course, it has an impact on politicians when you look at different member states and listen to how much they talk about the significance of the pharma industry. Well, of course, then the Danish politicians are very eager and enthusiastic. However, it has to be looked at in other member states. But, well, Ozempic and those innovations are for Danish the same as the forest industry is for Finland. So I would say that in Finland, the base is pretty stable in that sense. But I'll come back to this later on. However, I would say something about the startup and scale-up side of things. Well, Pekka, I could continue here that the strength of Denmark can be seen all the way in the US, because they've been very strong. In more general terms, this Malmö-Copenhagen area is emphasized here, which was there already before Ozempic, but now it's come to the next level. So a lot of experts move to that area to operate there, and this is beneficial for us because we can, from Helsinki, find expertise from there, and Helsinki is not too far. Well, yes, and Turku is even closer to that area. And earlier I wanted to say something about Turku. It wasn't mentioned here compared to Denmark or Copenhagen. Turku has the Finnish Medicine Development Center. Especially this is important for the early stage research phases. 20 million euros is its funding, and we have to remember that just recently the Novo Foundation said that it will fund research with 600 million in the next 10 years. So we should try and achieve that. So Novo has its own foundation and it can support this whole ecosystem with the funding. Right, Timo, how can we then market these products? At one of our trips, we were discussing how we could brand Turku region, which is the leading diagnostics and research area in Finland. How could we brand it? And what kind of know-how leadership teams we need? Do we have enough people like you to mentor people, enough Pekka Simulas to give advice? Do we have enough of people like you? Well, not quite enough. We don't have many people who have experience of all these cycles that are needed. Of course, Turku has its own strengths, and in the pharma sector, we are a center in Finland of industrial jobs. Every 1 in 5 jobs are working in this sector, and also the university sector is very strong. So we have scientists and students. So quite a lot of jobs are involved. However, individuals who have the experience are not so many compared to Sweden, for instance, where there are much more pharma companies. Now in Helsinki we have listed companies in this sector, only a few, so not many. In Sweden, on the main list, they have 70 life science companies, and then on the First North list, there are 100 companies. So the mass and expertise from which to use the knowledge for innovations is there, so that the scientist doesn't have to learn everything from scratch, what it's like to cooperate with a company or do something with the company, because classically then you lose the scientist and get a bad CEO for the company. So it's important to have an entrepreneur involved who knows how it's done on that side. So there are signs that and indications that this is something which is developed. However, we are lagging behind still. And as to Denmark, 20 years ago we had a network of companies similar to what we have now here in Finland in life sciences. However, now, due to their long-term efforts in Denmark, they have been able to improve. They have formed groupings, and the government funded those projects. And now that we have these flagship projects, multidisciplinary projects, so that also scientists become aware how to innovate and create new products and services. So we're on the right track in that sense. This started earlier in Denmark, and now we can see the very concrete results, and also in Sweden. Of course, the whole investment mentality and investment environment in Sweden is quite different compared to that of Finland. So we still have some things to improve here.
So for us to get competence, we also need investments. The startups are not enough. We need large corporations. Orion didn't have enough power, so we had to have Bayer to continue with Omega. And we had a panel yesterday saying that our problem has to do with us not being able to compensate enough. Comparing to Germany, they have double the amount of new medication in use introduced. How does that happen? On what grounds do we assess whether a new, potentially expensive medication worth its price, and can the healthcare afford it? Because it does matter to the extent that we would get the big investors investing here. I'll start with Germany. In Europe, we have very different systems to get into this system of compensations. And Germany first allows everybody to first enter the market, and then they look at it. And that makes Germany look very large, and Germany is exceptionally that. Finland is on the mid-ranking compared to how much new medication is introduced here. We have a two-channel funding and assessment systems in Finland, and in the polyclinic side, medication that can be compensated for goes through the kind of a price committee, and if you have medication used in a hospital, like an infusion, for example, it comes from the source that we have a team in FIMEA who comes up with reports and comes up with national recommendations, and then there are still regional negotiations on the price. So there's a two-channel system, and I have to say now that it's starting to seem that at least on the hospital side, few companies are seeking our market. It's not really a question of whether we introduce them. It's more a question of whether these companies seek us for that. And I think President Trump's policies have a direct impact on this and what's going on in the EU level, and we have new regulation in place now. But my message, I think, is that medication that are valuable in terms of medical treatment are introduced in Finland if that is offered us, basically. I'm not going to comment on if we are quick or slow in introducing new medication in Finland, because I'm not an expert on that, but I think it is irrelevant under this topic. I don't think it really matters if we have a great innovation at the university to the question of how quickly it can be brought forward, because if we have a breakthrough innovation in Finland, and we've seen it in many Finnish companies, it will be interesting to international investors, and Novakis won't start investing in it. They won't say that we don't like investing in Finland since your processes aren't good enough. Say, if there is an investment, they have purely financial interests in that. They believe it's going to be an excellent medication, and it's a good add to them. And we have excellent processes, we just heard here. Yes, and we need to remember how long the life cycle of medicine is, from the molecule to preclinical, clinical tests, then the sales permit and use testing, and then we have patents and competition there. So in the different stages, there are very different processes in place. Sirpa, did you have a question for Pekka? Yes. Did I understand correctly, Pekka, that the scaling funding is not a problem? So, because we are having the startup scale-up strategy coming up, and a program from the Commission, and they talk a great deal about the early stage capital funding. I thought it would be on a poor level in Europe, but actually there's plenty of those resources. But when we get to the scaling up, and I understand that we would need 3 different tools for that. The first one, if I understood correctly, would be the long-term public funding, so that we can see that it's going to be coming in and we can develop it. But when we go more to the private side, it's more a question of how the money can be generated. We're talking about savings should be put to investments and so on. But could the investors use more of the so-called feeder funds? Because when your normal consumers who would like to have more risky investments could invest a specific amount to such items. So we would need private funding, and it should first come from the domestic countries, from the Nordic countries, and then expand from there, because it is quite a risky business and expensive too. I've understood that this is a problem of where we get enough faith in from the early stages to the proper scaling up phase. Starting from the beginning, I'd say that if we compare Europe to the United States, at every stage funding is poor. And of course, we have the concern that the innovations at an early or a later stage will be sold to the United States because they are ready to pay a better price before the medicine comes to the market. But I do agree that Europe has a lot of capital, and Finland too has 300 billion in pension funds. So you don't have to take very much of it to invest it in the Finnish startup companies, not just in the health sector, but in others too, to have a huge impact. And I think if we had the Danish model in Finland, those who have pension savings or investments can't really choose what kind of investments they make. I think many Finns would be willing to invest in Finnish innovations for them to be thriving. And of course, medicine development has always such high risks that I wouldn't like to be the one to recommend it to put all your money on it. But 10%, a small risk. We have already spent a lot of time. I think we would love to talk about this for longer. No, we're not finishing up yet. Let's have a round of with answering the question of what's next. And you don't have much time to respond, but Sirpa, what matter that is being prepared in the EU? We in the panel and in the audience should try to have a say on, give good ideas for the biohealth life sciences regulation that's now being prepared, and on the scale-up side, and give us an overview of things we can do already, what it's based on. And if I compare to the Danish people, it's fine to come to Brussels and invite us to discussions, because I think Finns haven't got a very strong presence compared to some other nations there. Timo, what would you say about this? I agree that you need to do some lobbying and come to Brussels and meet people, and I think this Inflames flagship has done an excellent job. The medication that we sell the most right now, almost half of them are based on an immunological mechanism or an illness with an immunological disorder in the background. And therefore, the science we represent has never been in the European-wide research project as its own topic. We are trying to lobby for having such research projects. We have some funding instruments, like Business Finland has research to business, where a researcher gets a couple of million or 1 million and about a couple of years to show if it has any commercial potential. It's a very good instrument, although it has some errors that we would need to fix, but it has proven to be a very good tool to generate new startups, and we would just need to improve it further. Pia, what do you say? I'm thinking about medicine development at the stage when the clinical tests are being planned. That's a good time to the stores and to be compensated for, and as part of our medicine selection in the member states. And there is now a change in the assessment framework that we want to provide assessment reports jointly in Europe, particularly on the clinical side and the significance of medicine for the treatment. And it's done so that we are comparing them to the treatment alternatives that are currently in use in the various member states when we have a new medicine, and you should be prepared to be able to prove and show the treatment value compared to the current methods. Now that we have many rare illnesses and we have placebo comparisons, etc., so it can prove to be actually a tricky business. And one instrument to use is this common European scientific consulting or advisory body that is in connection to our EMEA. So what should be done to get new funding for Finland? Well, there was already talk about how universities are these days have a positive attitude towards businesses, and that could be even more so. And I would like to take up female researchers who feel that their responsibility is to do research and publish. They have excellent research results. It is very important to train particularly them in the need to patent and spin out your invention. You don't have to become an entrepreneur yourself, but to support that. And another female perspective, female health or women's health is on a rise now, and Turku is an excellent center for it, internationally speaking. So Turku could now actually brand itself as the women's health capital of the world. I think this brand has already come up in Flames some corporate days. But I want to thank the panelists, and we couldn't cover all the questions, but we'll continue with them the next time. Thank you to the panelists, and thank you to the audience.
Kiitos puhujille tästä ajankohtaisesta keskustelusta.
Thank you to all the panelists for this topical discussion. And this will end our program for Europe Forum in 2026 here in the Nook. Warm thanks to our partners, organizers, and the audience both here and following us online. My name is Jenny Peltomaa, and it was my pleasure to be your moderator this year. Welcome back next year when Europe Forum will celebrate its 10th anniversary. Have a safe journey home, and let's see you again.